Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. I'm Nicolette Hodge. Welcome to We Reflect the Light. Sisters and brothers, the war in the Middle East is intensifying moment by moment, day by day. And we know exactly how this war is going to turn out. We know who's involved in this war. We know how they are aligned with each other. And we know how this war is going to affect the original black man and original black woman who's right here in America, being held captive in the land of our imprisonment. So, sisters and brothers, this is the information that you need to know so that we can unite under our vision of the Abrahamic covenant and get ourselves to safety so that we can exit America, because we have a door out of this, sisters and brothers. So let's get right into the angel, which is Revelations unsealed, which has been unsealed by the breaker of the seven seals, also known as Daniel the prophet, the messenger of the covenant, the Son of Man. So let's go. All right, this is chapter 12 of Revelations. And occurred war in the heaven. The Michael and the angels of him of the two war with the dragon. And the dragon warred and the angels of it. And not it proved strong. Not but place was found of them yet in the heaven. And was thrown the dragon the great, the serpent the archaic, the being called devil and the Satan, the making to err the being inhabited whole. He was thrown into the earth, and the angels of him with him were thrown. All right, sisters and brothers. This scripture tells us where the war has occurred at, which is heaven. Understand that heaven is the Middle East. So the war in heaven is the war in the Middle East, and that's what we are witnessing. All right, it says, Michael and the angels of him, of the two war with the dragon, and the dragon warred and the angels of it, and not it proved strong, not but place was found of them yet in the heaven. So there's two groups here, Michael and his angels, and the dragon and his angels. So there's two opposing groups that are fighting against each other over in the Middle East. And then, so we're giving those the participants. All right, and we'll get into who Michael and his angels are and who the dragon and his angels are. It shares, and was thrown the dragon the great, the serpent the archaic, the being called devil and the Satan, the making to err the being inhabited whole. He was thrown into the earth, and the angels of him with him were thrown. All right. The earth is the European nations, the Caucasian nations. Okay. America is part of the earth. America is the earth. Britain as well. And there's others, but I'm going to stick right here with America and Britain. So this scripture is identifying that the dragon and his angels are going to be removed from the Middle East. They're getting removed from that part of the planet. And they will no longer be in the Middle East. They're going to be defeated by Michael and his angels. So this scripture right here tells us how the war is going to turn out. Who's going to win and who's going to lose. So who is the dragon and his angels? The ones that are about to be defeated. Okay, and who is Michael and his angels? The ones that are about to be victorious. That's what we're about to get into. So let's keep moving. Michael, Master Farad Muhammad, he is the God. His angels are Iran and Syria. Iran and Syria and Master Farad Muhammad is our brothers. All right, the Supreme Wisdom Lessons, Master Farad Muhammad refers to us as his uncle and aunt. So that lets you know right there that he's not looking to be worshipped, idolized. All right, however, we give respect where respect is due. Master Farad Muhammad is the God. And his angels are Iran and Syria. Understand that the God and our brothers are fighting on our behalf. They're not against us, sisters and brothers. All right? They're against America, not against the original black man and the original black woman here in America. So understand that we don't need to be fearful about this war. What we do is we study the information from the unsealed scriptures and understand so that we can move on the information that's being given. And we, at that point, we're several steps ahead of these devils. We're in a position to overcome these devils and get to our destination, which is our promised land, Arabia, as outlined in the Abrahamic covenant. So the dragon and his angels is the House of Saud, America, Britain, and false Israel. So that's who's fighting against Michael and his angels. The House of Saud is sitting on our land. They call it Saudi Arabia. Okay? Arabia is not their land. They're sitting on our land pretending that it's theirs. America, Britain, and false Israel are the dragon's angels. So understand that the dragon and his angels will be defeated, and Michael and his angels will be victorious. So with the dragon and his angels being defeated, with America being defeated in this war, and we are right here in America, sisters and brothers, how will that affect us? We're being held captive in the land of our imprisonment. So as long as we are held captive here, whatever happens to America, okay, whatever takes place while we're here, we will also be affected by it. So America is going to be defeated in this war. Britain is going to be defeated. The House of Saud will be defeated. False Israel will be defeated and destroyed in this war. Let's take a moment to zoom in on false Israel. False Israel claims that they are the seed of Abraham. Yet they admit in the scriptures, in the Bible, that they have never been in bondage to any man. Okay? And they also claim that the Abrahamic covenant has been fulfilled. The Abrahamic covenant identifies our land, which is Arabia. The river between the land between the river of Egypt and the river Euphrates is Arabia. False Israel's not in Arabia. They're in Palestine. They're in Jerusalem. So Revelations tells us that those who call themselves Jews are not. They are the synagogue of Satan. False Israel is the synagogue of Satan. So how did they get over there? Let's look at historical events. For one, what is the true description? How do we know who Abraham's seed is? How do we know? How can we identify the true seed of Abraham? Scriptures tells us that there is a experience that Abraham's seed, not only an experience, horror. We endured horror. We endured the Holocaust. Our father Abram had a vision of horror in which his seed would undergo enslavement and affliction for 400 years in a strange land. We will be sojourning in a land that is not ours, undergoing enslavement and affliction for 400 years. Sojourning means temporary, sisters and brothers. So, we are temporarily here in America, and this land is not ours. We're not from America. We were stolen from our land. We were stolen from a particular area in Africa that we were residing at because we had been kicked out of our land, Arabia, and we were residing in another part of Africa, and we were stolen from where we were residing at, and we were brought over here to America in 1555. So we're not from here. From 1555 to 1619 is 64 years. During that 64-year time period, these devils were preparing us to go into servitude. So it took 64 years to produce a slave. The 400-year time period started with the servitude and the affliction. The servitude and the affliction lasted from 1619 to 2019. It took 64 years to prepare us for servitude. It took 64 years to produce a slave. So from 1619 to 2019, that's 400 years. We served these devils. We worked the fields. We manipulated the earth, manipulated the ground so that we caused it to produce crops, so that these devils could have food to eat. So we took care of their agricultural needs. We were in the agricultural era, if you will. So we served them. We built their mansions. We produced their food. We tended to their cattle so that they could have steaks and pork chops. Meat. So slavery is maximum profit, minimum overhead. It's a system of capitalism. So we gave them, or they took from us, as much labor as possible. And out of our labor, that's how they received their profit. And they gave us back the very least, just enough to survive. So they gave us all the trash, the parts of the animal that they didn't want to eat, the shitlins, which today they call it chitlins. That's maximum profit, minimum overhead. Taking the least amount out of us, the least amount of labor, which is our energy, which is our calories, and using it for their benefit and giving us just enough to stay alive. Nothing more. Maximum profit, minimum overhead. That does not include the other 99% of our experience. Slavery is just 1% of our experience. Yet that's the only part they talk about, and they don't even speak about that correctly. The other 99% of our experience is affliction. So slavery is not the correct term. The Holocaust is the correct term that identifies our full experience. It was horror from start to finish. How did they maintain that system of capitalism? How did How did they maintain that? How did they conduct themselves towards us? How did they behave? They put us through horror, torture, terror, 24/7, day and night. So this is the vision of horror. The Holocaust that we endured is what Abraham envisioned. He saw that his seed would go through this. And that we would come out with great substance. We would hither, which means return to our land. We will go back to our fathers in peace. Our fathers is not from America. And then the Abrahamic covenant, which is the very next verse after the vision of horror, the Abrahamic covenant clearly states that we will go back. Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. The land between those two rivers is Arabia, our promised land. So this is clear truth, clear facts, sisters and brothers. It's no coincidence that the war in the Middle East, the war in heaven, is taking place right now, and our home, our heavenly home. The Supreme Wisdom Lesson says our heavenly home, the best part of the planet Earth that we have preserved for ourselves, Arabia, at the holy city Mecca. There's no coincidence that this war is happening in heaven, which is the Middle East, and our home is in heaven, Arabia. So we are witnessing the purification process happening right before our eyes. The Middle East is being cleaned up of these imposters, devils, abomination. False Israel is an abomination over in the Holy Land, in heaven, pretending to be the true seed of Abraham. So they're over there pretending to be someone that they are not, in a place that they should not be, while abominably destroying the Palestinians. The Hamas uprising was met with abominable cruelty. False Israel is not fighting for a land that belongs to them. They're fighting to stay in power in a land that they have stolen from the inhabitants of that land, which are the Palestinians. So they're fighting to maintain control, fighting to uphold this lie that they have sold to the whole world. False Israel is not the true seed of Abraham. The true seed of Abraham has a very distinct, unmistakable description in the book of Genesis. And the original black man and original black woman are the only ones on the planet that meet that description of being strangers in a land that is not ours, undergoing enslavement and affliction for 400 years. So how did false Israel get over there in the Middle East? When Elijah Muhammad came in the 1930s, he declared that the original black man and original black woman right here in North America are the true seed of Abraham. He showed the proof. All right? So, and how did he show the proof? Strangers in a land that's not ours, undergoing enslavement and affliction for 400 years. We were still in the 400-year time period as he was speaking in the 1930s and showing the proof that we are the true seed of Abraham. The Supreme Wisdom Lessons tells you where our home is. The Supreme Wisdom Lessons clearly tells you that we're not from America. So, America and Britain came together, established false Israel over in the Holy Land in 1948 to counter Elijah Muhammad's claim that we are the true seed of Abraham. So America and Britain gave our identity to false Israel. So false Israel is walking around pretending to be the original man and woman right here in America. They are pretending to be us. They have stolen our identity. And America and Britain is the one that helped them do it. So false Israel got established in the Holy Land in 1948. Scripture says that once we are placed in our land, we'll never be uprooted again. Scripture says that we'll go home in peace. False Israel has not been at peace the whole time they have been in the Holy Land. They haven't had any peace the whole time they have been in Jerusalem. And then with the war in the Middle East, Scriptures tells us, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, know that her desolation is near. So, right there, we're given information that false Israel will be destroyed. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, know that her desolation is near. That's not an if, that's not a maybe. That is a definite. False Israel will be destroyed. Okay, and it's identifying a configuration on the angel key when America and Britain lose the war as a result of Michael and his angels, and they are kicked out of the Middle East. America and Britain supply false Israel's military, gives them weapons and money. America and Britain support false Israel 100%. So when that support is moved out the way, America and Britain are kicked out the Middle East, false Israel is left stranded. And with false Israel being left stranded, they will be humiliated. They will be starved to death. They will be destroyed in the same manner that they have been destroying the Palestinians. No mercy. And what they have been doing to the Palestinians, how am I going to say this? When the whole world has witnessed what false Israel has done. The whole world has witnessed and is witnessing right now the works of Satan. Not only the Palestinians, false Israel has blown up schools, murdered hundreds of children, hospitals, homes of women and children. Not only the Palestinians, they have done this to Iran. They're not following any of the rules. They're playing dirty, if you will. This is not a game. However, if you understand that they're cowards, they're not going after, excuse me, sisters and brothers. They don't have any boundaries. They're hitting civilians, women, children, So this is showing, and again, they're not fighting for something that belongs to them. They're fighting to maintain a lie. So we are witnessing the works of Satan. So when false Israel goes under siege, and is destroyed in the same manner that they have been destroying the inhabitants in the Middle East, the Palestinians, the Iranians, Syrians, Afghanistan, there will be no sympathy for these devils. It will be understood that their destruction is just. So, sisters and brothers, how is the outcome of the war in the Middle East going to affect us? Because again, we're being held here captive in the land of our imprisonment. We're about to leave. We're about to get out of here. There's a transition period of us actually leaving America. And with America controlling our energy, controlling the electricity, controlling the food, controlling the water, we're affected by whatever happens to the electricity, the food, the water. We're affected by what happens to those resources. When America loses this war, which we're already witnessing the effects of the war in the Middle East, we're already witnessing America's economic system under severe strain, under severe stress, under severe pressure. America's not telling you the truth about how much trouble they're in, because they haven't gotten the resources that they need due to the Strait of Hormuz being closed. This war is having a domino effect already. So they haven't been able, right here in America, farmers right here have not been able to enrich their soil, prepare their soil to plant crops, the food that's needed for the fall and the winter. And of course, America doesn't want you to go into a panic, sisters and brothers. America doesn't want you asking any questions or connecting the dots. They're dealing with us shrewdly. So they're trying to trick us. They're being deceitful. How will the outcome of the war in the Middle East affect us? Once America loses that war, sisters and brothers, they will no longer receive any oil. They need oil. This entire reality, this industrialized economic system is fueled by oil. Now, America claims that they only get a small percentage of oil from the Middle East. Okay. If it's not, and they're trying to present it to us as if it's not a big deal. Okay, well, if it's not a big deal, then why do you even care about the Strait of Hormuz being closed? So that's a red flag right there that they're lying. They say that they only get a small percentage. That don't add up, sisters and brothers. Okay, and then everywhere else that they have taken oil from, that they're currently taking oil from, like Venezuela. Understand that once America is defeated in the Middle East, all it takes is explain it this way. When one person stands up to the bully, that bully no longer has power over all the other people they were bullying. Now everyone is standing up to the bully. No one's taking the bully's shit anymore. So everything that America has, they have bullied other nations. They have terrorized. They have stolen, taken what does not belong to them. They have stolen from all of these other nations. So America is going to find themselves in a situation where all these nations are taking back what belongs to them. They have taken the most from the original black man and original black woman right here in America. We were the punching bag for all the other nations. They didn't get hit as hard as we did. However, the devil sets out to steal, kill, and destroy. And that's what these devils have done. They've gone all over the planet, stealing, killing, and destroying. Again, we got it the absolute worst. No one has dealt with the Holocaust but the original nation right here in America. No other nation, let me put it this way, no other nation has experienced what we experienced. So all the other oil and resources that they're constantly stealing right now, all that will be cut off as well. And there will be no one to turn to, nowhere to hide. So that economic destruction is going to cause an immediate famine. And the war is causing an economic collapse. Excuse me, sisters and brothers. Right, sisters and brothers, so picking up where I left off, America is not telling you how severe this situation is, how this war is already affecting America's economy. And with this economic destruction, this economic collapse that's about to take place, when America loses the war in the Middle East, these devils are going to make a move on us. A deadly attack on all blacks to annihilate us. Why, sisters and brothers? The original black man and original black woman, we are the true seed of Abraham. America's going to get kicked out the Middle East first, and then false Israel will be destroyed. Remember, because they won't have America backing them, or Britain. They won't have that military backing. Therefore, they're going to be left to go under siege. They're going to be left stranded, and they will be destroyed. However, false Israel, they have stolen our identity. They're claiming that they are us. We are the true seed of Abraham. We have the history. We have the proof. They're claiming to be us. This entire reality is based off the lie that false Israel is the seed of Abraham. False Israel, Satan, is the god of this world. False Israel controls this reality. They control the information that we get from the television. They control the news. They control the education system. They control the money system. They control the entertainment. You think you're looking at sisters and brothers up on the television. They are skin folk. They're not kinfolk. They are devils and black-faced. They're house Negroes, which they came into existence from the affliction that these devils put us through, raping us field Negroes around the clock relentlessly, raping the original black woman, forcing us to give birth to their house Negroes. These devils took on our physical appearance. So, demon, half devil, half man. That's what the product of the rape of the original woman has produced. That's the product, demons. They have our black skin, but they have the devil's blood running through their veins. They're devils in black skin. And the rape was so consistent, so relentless. Understand that we were not allowed to procreate with each other. We were not allowed to have a family. We're not allowed to reproduce with our original man, because Massa was trying to rape our seed out of existence. And if he even suspected that we were pregnant with an original black baby, Massa would torture us and then murder us, murder our babies right in front of us, take our babies and go hunting with them, going to catch alligators, using our babies as bait, because they hate us and they're spiteful towards us. They were told, do not touch the tree. Do not touch that tree. And that's exactly what they did. They touched that tree relentlessly. They sowed their seed in our wombs so that they could produce an entire hybrid nation of devils and black skin that looked just like the original nation. So when you're looking at television, media, black people that are politicians, that's not the original man or original woman you're looking at. You're looking at house Negroes, demons, devils, and black skin. And they put the house Negroes over us as role models, overseers, taskmasters, to keep us under control, keep us in check, to keep us under the control of Massa. So the house Negroes have the same agenda, the same mission as their devil fathers. They're part of that shrewd plan. These devils dealing with us deceptively. So they have people before us that look like us, but they are not us. Louis Farrakhan, he's over a black organization called the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan admits that his father is a devil, a rapist, Portuguese Jew that raped Farrakhan's black mother. So he sowed his seed in Farrakhan's mother's womb and forced her to produce his house Negro. His rapist father forced his black mother to give birth to a demon, which is Farrakhan. Okay, but because Farrakhan has black skin, he appeals to the black community. However, you don't understand that there's two groups in the black community, and that the term black is an umbrella that they group all of us together under that term. But the word black does not identify your bloodline. Black does not identify your nature. So these devils are in disguise of black skin so that they can, for several different reasons, so that they can take what belongs to us, our reward, our inheritance. Also to destroy us, because they look like us. So therefore, And I'm speaking about us as a whole, sisters and brothers. Therefore, we trust them because they look like us. However, again, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. So we have our own land. We have a vision to unite under. Our vision is the Abrahamic covenant. What's Louis Farrakhan telling you? He's telling you that we ain't going nowhere. He says that we're sinful. He prays to Allah that the worms eat our ass. He's saying that the 400 years of enslavement and affliction that we endured, we deserved it. Therefore, there is no reward for it. These house Negroes, these demons are telling us, keep your nose clean, keep your head down, just keep climbing. You know, you're going to make the American dream one day. You're going to achieve it. However, at the end of the day, sisters and brothers, the American dream is not for us. We will never be successful in the American dream because the American dream is tethered to their nature. The American dream is tethered to their devil nature. So we will never be successful in this reality because this reality is not tethered to our nature. It's not for us. And we don't want any parts of the American dream. We understand that it's just an illusion. It's a dream. It's not a vision. We have a vision. We have something tangible. Our own economics, our own land. And we can prove it. So America cannot let false Israel be destroyed before they destroy us. Because remember, America's getting kicked out the Middle East. False Israel's going under siege. False Israel has stolen our identity, but once false Israel is destroyed, it's clear that we are the true seed of Abraham. False Israel is the force that's holding us down. Once that force is removed, we spring right up. America cannot let that happen. On top of the fact that America is going to be right in the middle of its economic destruction. So America will not have any food, water, electricity, no resources that's needed to run the economy. All of that will be gone. So that poses another threat because of that situation. So we're under an economic threat. We're under all kinds of threats, sisters and brothers. We're under an identity threat. They have stolen our identity and they're going to kill us. Their plans is to kill us before the truth comes out of who we are. So we're under all kinds of threats. And when I say we're under an economic threat, let me make that clear. Isn't food part of the economy? If they don't have any food, understand, let me back up a bit. They have us classified as 3/5 human in the U.S. Constitution. So 3/5 human is not human. They have us classified as animals. Animals are meat. Therefore, they have legally classified us as their food source. Because they have us classified as animals, you can eat animals. Animals is meat. So they have us classified as food. So when this famine comes crashing down on America and they don't have any food, they don't have any water, who are they going to turn to? Or who's going to be on the menu? Who is on the menu? So we're in danger, sisters and brothers. We are in danger. These devils are out to save themselves. by any means necessary. And our rise is their demise. It's their destruction. Therefore, they cannot let us rise, because they know that that's their destruction. And in their desperate attempt to stay alive and to keep this American dream going, which that's impossible, they're going to try to take as many of us down as they can. So that's why we must understand that our power, our protection, is in the 5 mathematical pillars of Islam. One of those pillars is Hajj, harmonic motion, unity, cooperation, under one vision, under our vision of the Abrahamic covenant. These devils will not be successful as long as we do what we're supposed to do, as long as we apply the 5 mathematical pillars of Islam. So let's keep moving, sisters and brothers, with these news clips. Excuse me, sisters and brothers.
Ongoing US-Israel and Iran conflict, you must prepare for a severe food shortage. Most people think only oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, but that is simply not true. This narrow waterway is also an important route for global fertilizer. Reportedly, around 50% of the world's traded urea fertilizer moves directly through the Strait of Hormuz. If this military standoff continues, a global food crisis is inevitable. Urea plays a critical role in food production, and the biggest producers are located around the Persian Gulf, including Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Large shipments from these nations pass through this route daily. If the strait remains disrupted, we face a massive fertilizer crisis. When supply from global agriculture is heavily affected, and countries like Pakistan, India, Brazil, and African nations will face major problems. If this moves the impact of the global
All right, sisters and brothers. Let's keep moving. right, sisters and brothers. Global food shortage. There's going to be a global food shortage as a result of the war in the Middle East. It's going to hit America hard. The hardest. Total famine. No food, no water, no electricity, no gas, no transportation. So we're hearing out of the devil's own mouth what they will do to us. Alex Jones admits that he will eat his neighbors. Well, understand that before they start eating each other, they're going to eat us. That's their plan. It's no coincidence that they have us classified as animals till this very day in the U.S. Constitution. Now, they have changed all kind of other laws and made all kind of amendments, what have you. They have not changed that 3/5 human clause. Okay, and these black Democrats, they act like they have our best interests at heart. That's a bunch of BS. Just one very small example I can give is why haven't they fought to change that 3/5 human clause? You know, these Democrats, these black politicians, they don't even think that applies to them. They don't even, however, the thing is, those are some of the ones that are the closest to the devils. They're out in the suburbs. Some of our own people are out in the suburbs. So we know from a scriptural standpoint that the house Negroes, the demons, are the ones that will be eaten during this famine that we're about to come up on, this time period of unprecedented trouble. However, we don't want to get caught up in that, sisters and brothers. So that's why you're getting this information in advance, so that you can be aware of what's about to happen. You can know what's going to happen before it happens, so that you can move out on the scriptures, move out on the information being given, so that you can get to safety. And we can save as many of our people as possible. Now, the scriptures tells us exactly what they're going to be doing. Book of Micah. I said, listen, you leaders of Israel. We're not leading ourselves right now. So this is identifying the devils. They're the ones leading us right now. They're the ones who are holding us captive here in the land of our imprisonment. They're telling us what to do. They're controlling our energy. It shares you're supposed to know right from wrong, but you are the very ones who hate good and love evil. You skin my people alive. You tear the flesh from their bones. You eat my people's flesh, strip off their skin, and break their bones. You chop them up like meat for the cooking pot. Then you beg the Lord for help in times of trouble. Do you really expect him to answer? After all the evil you have done, he won't even look at you. So this is identifying what these devils are about to be doing to us, sisters and brothers. Skinning us alive, tearing the flesh from our bones, eating our flesh. This is what we're up against, sisters and brothers. We are up against talking beast. And these devils will not show any restraint. Let's keep moving. The most tender-hearted man among you will have no compassion for his own brother, his own beloved wife, and his surviving children. He will refuse to share with them the flesh he is devouring, the flesh of one of his own children, because he has nothing else to eat during the siege, and terrible distress that your enemy will inflict on all your towns. The most tender and delicate woman among you, so delicate she would not so much as touch the ground with her foot, will be selfish towards the husband she loves and toward her own son or daughter. She will hide from them the afterbirth and the new baby she has born, so that she herself can secretly eat them. She will have nothing else to eat during the siege, and terrible distress that your enemy will inflict on all your towns. We have to get out of here, sisters and brothers. We have a door out of America's destruction. This famine that's coming, this economic collapse that's coming, it's an economic destruction for these devils. It's a help for us because these devils have us under their hold. They have us intertwined in their economic system because they're getting all of this labor out of us, have us doing all of this work, have us going into jobs every day. However, once this economic system is shut down, destroyed, as a result of Michael and his angels winning the war in the Middle East, cutting off that oil supply. Now we can use our energy on bringing the original nation together and getting up out of here. We have an exit door. We have an escape route. This is what these devils are going to be doing to us. This is what they plan to do. And the book of Deuteronomy goes into more details of how this time period will be so intense that the most tender-hearted, most delicate woman that would not even walk around barefoot will secretly give birth to her child and eat the afterbirth and the baby, not sharing it with her husband, children, nothing. So this is an extreme, this is unprecedented times that we are stepping into, sisters and brothers. The time of unprecedented trouble. We're going to see unprecedented actions. This will be a time period of unprecedented emotions as well. So the scriptures is telling us what's going to happen before it happens. And it's wise for us to take that information and start preparing for this time period. Getting the information that you need so that you can make the right move at the right time, sisters and brothers. Let's keep moving. Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. My servants will eat, but you will starve. My servants will drink, but you will be thirsty. My servants will rejoice, but you will be sad and ashamed. My servants will sing for joy, but you will cry in sorrow and despair. Your name will be a curse word among my people, for the sovereign Lord will destroy you and will call his true servants by another name. All who invoke a blessing or take an oath will do so by the God of truth. For I will put aside my anger and forget the evil of earlier days. This scripture is a motivation, sisters and brothers, to let you know that these devils will starve, but we're going to eat. They're going to be thirsty, but we're going to drink. Understand that this famine is not for us. It's part of the destruction of America. Part of their destruction, they have plagues coming. These plagues are to drive us out of the land of our imprisonment, to drive us out of Egypt, which is America. So we're going to eat. However, the point of the matter is you have to get to that safety point so that we can be together, one body, one mighty army, so that we can get through this time period of unprecedented trouble, unharmed, unscathed. It shares not a hair on our head will be harmed. So understand that we have a door out, sisters and brothers. It's only one door out of America's destruction, and that's through the angel. That is our mind. So we have to get our mind back. Our vision. That's our one common vision to unite under. We have a destination. We have somewhere we're going. We have somewhere to be. We have a home to return to, which is Arabia. And our discipline, our force field of protection, the 5 mathematical pillars of Islam. So we have, once we apply it, sisters and brothers, as a unit, we have everything we need to successfully overcome these devils and break free, leaving the land of our imprisonment and going home to our promised land, Arabia. So with that, sisters and brothers, that brings this segment to a close, and I will be back with more. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Shema Rahim here, Minister of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. The American Empire. The end of empire. America Empire. That's what you're witnessing. There will be two world empires, Gog and Magog. And there's only two that you know of. America and Britain. That's the short side of chapter 20, Gog and Magog. They try to tell you Gog is Russia. Right there it says it'll be two out of a 1,000-year period. That's European history. Dark Ages. A resurrected empire kept them locked down for 1,000 years. This is clear. See, brothers and sisters, there's no excuse. Those people that don't come to this light and apply the light, there'll be absolutely no excuse. Because this is so clear. There's no light out there anywhere near as bright as this. I mean, this light, all those lights, well, they're not even lights. They pretend to be lights. But see, if you're blind, somebody can tell you there's a light. You just have to accept their word for it. And that's what the preachers are doing. They tell you, well, it's accepted. See? Meanwhile, just put money in the basket. See, why don't you accept that there's some money in the basket? You understand? This is so clear. It can be proven clearly, simply. It's our track record of accurate reporting of future events that's taking place right now. It's totally clear. It follows scriptures 100%. You have to go on scripture 100%. The God, the messenger, son of Revelation, then the messenger of the covenant. And right now, even those people that claim they would, you know why? They can't get around the fact that says you should seek the message of the covenant. And that Baruch not him because he's not preaching the covenant. They say you should be seeking the message. It's right there. That's their claim of being behind Elijah, Malachi. That's their claim. Yet still, it's clear. You're supposed to be seeking the message of the covenant. See? So they have no excuse. That's one of the things, see, that's one of the things that we do through the gods. Before we judge a people or take down people, we make it so clear that they're guilty. That's why it says in the Quran, everybody says that the judgment was just. The judgment was just. Because so, see, somebody say, oh man, I wonder why he did that. That's not just. They will say judgment is just because it's so clear. How could you miss that? How did you miss it? Farrakhan's, I didn't know he was a devil when he was told, wasn't he? Well, yeah, but I don't believe it. Well, did you go check? Did you go check? You asked Farrakhan? We got more records saying it. Well, I just didn't thought, well, that's your problem. So I lost a lack of knowledge. That's why light is knowledge. Knowledge is what the mind takes and transforms into the brain. Well, not transport, but transfers into the brain. See, inputs into the brain. Brain gets input from the mind. The mind gets input from the world around. You understand? And so the information is there. People lost for lack of knowledge. Why? Okay, if it's lack because you chose to be alive, that's your problem. If you lost because other people blocked it, then that's their problem. It's your problem too, really. But it's theirs too, because they're going to have to be responsible for blocking that light. And the judgment's going to be just, it's going to be terrible. They said only a few would make it. What's that prayer? It said it'd be so few men that 10 women would take hold of one man. 10 women would take hold of one man. Be fighting over one man. You're begging him, could they be his wives? That's what the Bible says. That's just so few. And why is that? Remember, it's not talking about the devils because they won't be around to have any wives. Tell me you. Why is that? When this is so clear. He said the truth be so clear in the fool with err, but you're erring. I mean, there's no information like this clear as this. You don't have sex on faith. And plus, you have to pay for it. You have to pay a dime for it. You have to do anything. Right? All you have to do is take the information and then apply it for what? To help yourself. Not help me. Help yourself. How can you go wrong with that? So either a demon or you're so weak-minded, because remember it's vectors. But the vectors combination between your vector and theirs. If you got a real weak, you may be original, but if you got a real weak mind, then you can't overcome their vector. No matter what I tell you, you're not going to be able to overcome it. Like if you're born mentally challenged, I could send you to any college and university in the world. You may be original, but that's not going to matter. I can get all the best teachers, you're not going to ever learn anything. And we got people like that. See? And some of that is because of whether they're feeding us and all that kind of stuff, we producing defective children. Yeah, I didn't talk about that before, but some of us producing defective children. And so they can't do anything about that. That's why you went to the wilderness. We won't accept them either. There's children, they're defective, we don't accept them. Now we're going to go out and reject them directly? No. Because by definition, the criteria is you have to come to this level of knowledge. You have to climb that ladder. If you can't climb the ladder, I don't care if you're male, female, old, 9, or 1,000 years old, or whatever you want to call yourself. If you can't climb the ladder, that's just it. That's it, period. Because you won't be anything in the world. You won't have to understand. You'll be totally lost. Because it's going to be a world of mathematics. A world of mathematics. This world is a world of mathematics too. It's not just totally on the conscious level, because they'll not apply it to how the universe, how to apply it themselves. But still, the reality of mathematics, or just computers mathematics, your cell phones mathematics, all the stuff you do it's all based on mathematics. It's just that they don't understand. Most of it's theoretical. They don't know how to apply it to themselves personally. They know how to use mathematics. Hell, the Greeks know how to use mathematics in the past. They had a form of mathematics. But that's the criteria. You have to get in the Lamb's Book of Life. The only way you get there, you have to climb that ladder, get that angel. That's it, period. Case closed. And I'm going out of my way, and I'm not going to say it's out of my way because I have no issues doing it. They get just extra push. They still have to climb that ladder. Still have to climb that ladder. And from my perspective, right, I have to give a little extra push because they got other response. Because they still take care of this nation. They still feed the children. They still deliver the children. There's different things, right? So that's it, right? So that gives the males an unfair advantage because, it wouldn't be if it was out there help change the diapers and everything else too. We know we ain't doing that. Okay. So, and that's on me, right? But still, no, I cannot protect them if they don't get that level. I cannot protect you if you don't rise to that level. I can only give you a push and provide, some shelter for a short period of time. But I cannot protect you. Once this new reality comes in, I cannot protect you. If you can't deal with it, that's on you. That's the level that's the level the mind's going to be on, right? And all things new. thinking mathematically. And I don't see too many people, I don't see anybody do it actually. So you're going to get a helping hand on that. Because actually the sister get, but the brother's getting a helping hand too, because Master Hunt's going to give you a big helping hand. He's going to put some fire on you, some fire will move you. And shuts down this reality. Major blow to it, bam. Cripple it. Okay. Break that vector that's holding you down. Break the power of it. So now if you had the power to rise up, they put a balloon under the ground, right, underwater, you take the foot off, it's going to come out. But if it's that deflated, it don't matter, take the foot off or not, it's going to just lay there. Maybe the balloon was deflated. You understand, brothers and sisters, I don't know if you understand or not. So those clowns out there with their BS, they're not bothering me. I see them, they run around crazy, frantic. All of a sudden they got Farrakhan all over the YouTube now, right? They're trying to give kind of credibility. They don't show everything. It doesn't matter. I don't care what they show. You ain't gonna get around the fact it follows the devil. Pure and simple. I don't hear anything else beyond that. There's nothing always, oh no, God, well, I don't hear anything. There's nothing you can tell me to get around that one. Now, if you believe anything what Master Muhammad said, like Muhammad said, there's nothing you can tell me to get around that. He's not Abraham's seed, so that covenant doesn't apply to him. That's why it says, Daniel said, he despised the covenant. It doesn't apply to him, it follows the devil. You know, it's fine, no devil follows a light-skinned Jamaican. Well, that's not the story Farrakhan was telling. I'm pretty sure he never told Elijah Muhammad's follows the devil, because that didn't come out until after the messenger was departed. And in fact, right, I'm the only one who really pushed it, but he actually made an interview where he stated, he said his father's parents, not his mother's parents, father's parents were white Portuguese Jews. White Portuguese Caucasian Jews. You got him saying it. I know he wouldn't reveal that while Elijah was around, because anywhere in the world Elijah would have put up with that one. So he made that expose himself. I mean, he figured he'd say that. Because it doesn't matter who created you in the womb, no matter who your father is, mother, why do you need sperm and eggs then? God made you in the womb. And they still pushing that bullshit. But it says Abraham's seed. You know what seed means? Apple seed is apple seed. Orange seed is orange seed. You can't mix the two up. Apple seed will never produce an orange ever. And once you never produce an apple ever, it's impossible, it can't happen. And you are the seed. You started out as a seed, as a sperm. Your father carries a seed, period. So you are what your father is, period. There's no question about that. Now, if you can show me different, I'll give you $1,000 right on the spot. Prove to me that's wrong. That's not biology. Now tell me something. Tell me how God overrides that process. Show me a scripture where it says it does that. Tell me what overrides that process. Where it doesn't matter who your mother and father is. They have my seed in there, right? Ancestry. Why are you talking about that if it doesn't matter? It says your seed. It says your seed. Well, he's not Abraham's seed. So he's not following the covenant. And plus, it wasn't his parents, right? I mean, his seed, it was his parents that brought about the Holocaust. His parents that oppressing everybody. You see, because his daddy, that's his dad. He was the one doing all this. But see, you had that conflict between the demons and them. So you remember that movie, I saw Django, that Kevin, what his name was, right? Steven or whatever. You see how he was acting towards him? Because he was part of the family. He was a demon. He's probably was, which comes to make what that guy, he probably was his brother. I mean, he said it like it was his family. He sat back and everybody, he was totally accepted. And he hated niggas. See, that's a demon problem. Because, Daddy, how come you don't accept me, Daddy? I'm your child. Yeah, but you a nigga. Yeah, but Daddy, you're still my daddy. That's the problems they have. And they get mad at Daddy because Daddy won't accept them. And Daddy won't accept them because they're black. Plus, socially, you can't go around telling people, nigga's a son. So, they get perks. They be house niggas. They can work in the house. They still niggas though. But they can work in the house. They don't have to work in the field because that's his children. Those are the perks they got. Unless they act it up. That's close they got. But you saw that movie, his Kevin, what his name was? Right? He was family. He wasn't no say, he was family. DiCaprio, right? That was his brother. And that's why you see in the so-called civil rights and everything, you had two directions. You had the Elijah Muhammad direction that was the original people followed that direction. You had a demon direction. One wanted to separate and one wanted to get close to Master. Because man, I'm one of you. I'm your children. You're my daddy. And so they're fighting to get in. I want to live with you. I want to sleep with my brothers and sisters. See, they're my family. I want to marry one of them. They're my family. I want to be with them. I'm tired of these. I want to get rid of. I want to get this curse of blackness off me. I want to marry one of my relatives, one of my devil relatives. So I have children that don't have that curse on them. Oh, you think that doesn't matter? You think they don't look at it that way? To them, they know that black's a curse. The curse is stopping them from being what mass like they want to be. Taking full part of this whole reality. They don't think they see that? Some of them lighting themselves up. I mean, you got the demons over in Arabia. They were big with that. Arabians don't turn white already. You got so many demons. The demons over the world. I never talked about that really deeply. Let me speak to that for a minute. I didn't mean to do that today, but I'm sort of brought it up. America, I talk about a gravitational vortex. America is the gravitational vortex. It's like a magnet. It's drawing demons and devils from all over the planet here. See, that's one of the things that, I told you, we planned this whole thing out. And we turned everything to our advantage. Turn ourselves from coal. It takes a lot of pressure to turn ourselves from coal into diamonds. Plus, putting way over here, so we can draw all, I told you, only place going to be nuked is America. So we're going to bring as many demons and devils over here as possible. Because you say, why are the people they drawn here? Because they had the same mindset. I'm talking the Arabs and everybody else. What the hell come there for? Even the Indian, what they come? If you had a real original mind, a righteous mind, you wouldn't want to come over here. You want to come within $1 million this place. Why would I come over here? We run around naked and transgender, all this stuff. Why would you want to be around that kind of stuff? Dogs, and people got dogs running in the house and all that kind of stuff. I've never seen a movie yet, an African movie with a dog in it. Never seen one yet. I may miss something. I haven't seen one because that far as I know, it don't happen. They don't bring dogs in the houses. They have dogs. They don't bring them in the house, that's for sure. The worst people who do that are Europeans. So this is like a magnet drawing them. So when it comes, boom, we get like rid of one shot. Because once that war starts, they're gonna close the door. If you ain't in, if you in, you ain't getting out. If you're out, you ain't getting in. Well, they might let somebody in, but you ain't getting out if you in here. They gonna lock. Remember 911? They locked up. They gonna lock it up. So those people here right now, well, they bullshit. They fuel for the fire. They're fuel for the fire. And the only thing that's gonna protect you if you go into tribulation is that you have to have an asbestos suit, 5 pills, because you're going to be walking through fire. And do you understand that? You're going to be walking through the fire in the furnace. And I won't be with you. I mean, there was a possibility. Daniel said, you know, and Angel said, no, but I'm not going to do it. Because if you do that, that's the only way you're going to make it. Because remember, when you put gold in, you put the gold to burn up the impurities, but all the gold is impurities, then the whole gold will get burned up. Okay? You put the gold in to burn off the impurities, so it'll be pure gold. But the whole damn gold is defective, impure, then it's all going to melt, it's all gone. And that's what it is. Because when you come out here, you're going to be right. And if you ain't right, those that make it, they ain't right. I told you what happened to them. Everlasting shame and torment. They fuel for the fire forever. Fuel for mockery. I don't know if I should say this. You know, the thing is, you know, God can't lie. Why? God made liars. I mean, he can't make something he can't be himself. Or he can imagine it. He can be whatever he want to be. He may have set up some emotion, make me shed blood. What was that about? The point is, he disciplined. This was the difference. He disciplined his nature. He disciplined his nature. That's the difference. See? They want to like him, lie. He wants whatever. He disciplined his nature. That's the difference. You understand? So he'll tell what God can do, what he can't do, what he wants to do. They discipline his nature. And they can't discipline theirs. And we're the most disciplined people on the planet. Because we had the potential for it. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, Empire. So we're going to do the math. You have to rise level in math, brothers and sisters. I haven't seen anyone do it yet. But that's true. You have to master it to get through. If you get through without it, that means however you did it. But you're not coming through whole. Might as well not there at all. Back to that point I was talking about justice, right? You see what's happening right now in the world? Even right now, I got people saying, whatever happens to false justice is just. It says the rocks will cry out, justice. So everybody will say, yes, just. Right? Everybody said it was just. What happened? That's about to happen. As we made clear in a few more days, because it says this gospel, it tells you correct that. It says this gospel means angel in Arabic, and when Jesus was talking, he was talking about the Revelation, that's the book he revealed. He says, this gospel will be preached in all the world. That's what they call Revelation, the gospel. Sometimes it's called New Testament, so-called New Testament. But it's still unveiled because it only could be unlocked by the angel. Because it is preaching all the world. That means it's going to overcome all resistance suddenly, and then it will come. What do you mean it will come? That means it brought about the end. It brought about the end. Because that truth, remember, truth is a force. Truth is the force of the time. Yeah, I hate to say truth is like this. Well, every action has an opposite reaction. That's a universal truth. But when I talk about truth, I talk about, is it in season? Is it in season? There's the truth. Make Mr. Shed Blood was in season. So it was the truth. Sunnism was not in season. So they weren't the truth. They were the jinn. It was a curse. But see, you never see it like that. You never thought of it like that. Because you think some ultimate positive truth. And the universe is constantly changing. Things change. And that effect right there tells you something that throws off right there. How can, if that's your idea is right, then that doesn't ever make any sense about how you going to have him in charge by God. this God is Satan is doing this talking like this, but then why is the angels submit to him? It doesn't make any sense. The only way it makes sense is you have to say that God put somebody in charge going to shed blood. Why? Because that must be the season that's season for that. So the truth is based on the situation. What's the situation and the state of the universe at that time. Like I told you, the angel only lasts a short period of time after once we get home, right? Once we're home, as firmly situated, and the apocalypse is over, the angel will be of no value anymore. It's already done its job. It's been everything till you got your mind back, so what value is it? Right? Unless there's some other value, like the value of the Quran, primarily right now, just recital. That's what was given. That's why I call it recital. That was part of the things back there was set up to make sure that Suleiman would get it. Right? Because it's part of the 5 pillars. It's required to develop your discipline. It's a technique to show you how to It's a technique to show you how to master your discipline, and that's definitely needed. Without that, we have a problem. Learn the angel, right? That gets your mind, but doesn't get your discipline. It's like uploading the angel doesn't get your discipline. You might need some discipline to learn to activate it, right? But it's not teaching you discipline. See, you get your mind straight so you can feed the correct information to your brain. But you need 5 pillars, that gives you the discipline. And so the Quran that was part of all those scriptures. Remember, because all those scriptures those scriptures was prepared for the message of the covenant. Angel the mind back. The Quran, the discipline. He knows how to use those things. But you didn't know what it was for. You had to still doing your little 5 prayers a day. That doesn't work anymore. If it works, how come it's not working for them? How can they have that victory in 500 years? If that works, how come it's not working now for them? See, that's the truth. If that's the ultimate truth, right? It should work all the time, right? If their idea, you got one truth that works all the time, then they should still be in charge, shouldn't they? They should still be in charge, shouldn't they? Because I mean, they got Mecca, they got the language, they got the land, they got the Quran, they got the Prophet. That's the ultimate truth according to him. Then shit, nobody should be able to mess with them, right? They got ultimate power. That's the ultimate truth, right? They say it's ultimate truth, right? Then why is it failing now? Why has it been failing for 500 years? This truth is clear. They can't ask these type of questions. Because the truth knocks their brains out of falsehood. They're not getting brains out of who's getting their brains knocked out? Them. So if that statement is true, truth knocks the brains out of falsehood. Who's getting their brains knocked out? So it must be that as soon as it's falsehood. And if you say that's the truth, or it's true sometimes, is that how it works? My brothers and sisters. American Empire, N. Okay, look at this. This is a principle. You understand? Not that's your problem, though. It says, we're here to convince you. If you get it or you don't get it. See? So my job is to take and get information. And you have to qualify. It says, many be called, only a few be chosen. It means he's choosing you, you ain't choosing him. He's choosing you. You ain't choosing him. Oh, you don't care if you come here or not. Mass times acceleration equals force. Universal. That's the truth always. That's the universal truth because it's the fabric of the universe. Mass times acceleration equals force. That's the truth all the time. That's the truth. Absolute truth. There's absolute truth. Mathematical absolute truth. Now seasonal, that's worked forever. Always has worked, always will. In a pressure field, all force is equal. That's another truth. Or if the force is not equal, you get a current. What is a current? A current is a corrective force that was the current to put it back stable again. You have a lake that's quiet and everything else, right? That means pressure is equal at every point. Force is equal at every point. But if you say current, that means, oh, well, this point is, there's more pressure in this point. Just like if you open the windows in the house, right, you get a breeze go through, because one side of the house, the pressure is lower than the other side, so now you got an adjustment. So the air is pulled on the other side, adjusted to pressure equal both sides, then the current is gone. The breeze is gone. That's what current is. It's a corrective force in a pressure field to make sure everything's equal again. Because once everything's equal, everything settles down and it's quiet all over again. See? That's what current is, just corrective. Because all force has to be equal in a pressure field. So the difference is the structure. They say mass times acceleration. And the force is 12, and your mass is 12, then your acceleration will be 1. 1 times 12 is 1. If it's opposite, if the mass is 1 and the acceleration, that'd be 12. It means you accelerate you faster because you got a simple mass. The lower the mass, the weaker the structure, the greater acceleration. Okay? And that's what happened. We gave, by taking and making Yaku's graph creation, their simple structure, they have more acceleration on us. That means they think faster, act faster, and everything else. Because they had a weaker structure in this period of time. But a weaker structure, as energy increases, right? They move fast because they have more, right? But the point is, a weaker structure. Remember, you're in the pressure field now. So as the energy increases in the pressure field, the pressure increases. But you got a weaker structure. So sooner or later, even though you move faster than everybody else, you're gonna be crushed. Because you got a weaker structure. You can't withstand the pressure in this pressure field. I hope you understand these things, brothers and sisters. That's why those are being crushed now. They move fast, they think they're fast, and they got all this stuff, right? But the point is, they're weaker structure, and the pressure is increasing. Universe is contracting, so therefore, it's crushing them. Nothing they can do about it, because they have a weaker structure. We have the strongest structure in the universe. The problem is, we don't use it because they taught us to act without discipline. So that's another story to get. I'm not going into detail here. But anyway, the difference in structure is what they call mass, M. But 7 times 10 is 70, and 2 times 35 is 70. Right? So one got a complicated mass of 35, one got a simple mass of 7. Both equal 70, but the one 7, look how much fast moving around, 10 times, 5 times faster than the other one. So it means they get faster than everything else. But as the pressure increases, their simple structure after a while crumbles under the pressure, crushed under it. Both equal force, energy, yet different in structure, mass. If you understand the principle, you might as well just close up and just go, because that's all. Everything is built on that basic structure. Holocaust, false vision of Texas American Empire. Let's do the math, brothers and sisters. Now I'm going to give you a simple illustration. I hope you can follow it. I'm saying you got gold and you got shit. Now I'm classifying the gold. I'm saying on the gold, if you got gold, right, now what I'm referring to, right, is your brain. Now your brain, your mind, the mind you have, right, cannot be greater than the brain, because the brain won't be handled. If you got a real simple hardware, and your motherboard and your computer, but you got Windows 10, 20, 30, it's not going to do anything, because the motherboard just can't handle that level. You got a version 1980 motherboard, and you got a 2000 operating system. It won't do it any good. You can't handle it. It's too complicated for it. And see what I'm saying? Same thing with your brain. So you can't get a mind. Your mind has to be either lower or equal to the complexity of your brain. You can't go above it. Otherwise, it's useless. It's useless. Okay? So what I'm saying, I'm trying to get some of the qualities. If you got a gold brain, right, you can have a gold mind. And this kind of qualities you have. You have peace, creativity, harmony, love, cooperation, inspiration, truth, healing, confusion. Those are attributes of a gold mind. But if you got a shit mind, which is lower structure, weaker structure, right? Conflict, mischief, shed blood, right? Conflict, destructive, death, divisive, hate, resistance, oppression, lies, killing, mischief. That's the level they're on. So you got a shit mind. Now I gotta be careful that because I say mind, people say, was he talking about mind or was he talking about mind? See, that's the damn stupid ass language. So I'm talking about mind, F-I-N-D. You got F-I-N-M-E. Right? That's a gold mine. But see, that'll confuse you with this, right? Because this is a gold mine too over here with a D. I'm trying to avoid that confusion here as much as possible. I'm talking about mind, M-I-N-D, right? Shit mind or gold mind, right? Now that's what I'm qualified. I'm just getting some basic one, so you understand what I'm talking about. So if you got a shit mind or shit brain, a low structured brain, then I say that's a shit relative to the goal. What's goal relative to that? This was shit. Because when you want peace, that conflict, right? Life is opposed to death, right? Inspiration, oppression, hate, love. See? Okay, understand that. Hope you understand that. You see here, it's original people, original black man, original black woman. Look, gold mines. Gold mines. We were here before we came here. But the Europeans had shit mine. How do we know that? They're shit mines. We're gold mines. Let's look into their history. You see here? This is a 1,000-year period. What was they doing? Killing, mischief, shed blood. Wasn't doing anything. It was a jungle. It was that called abyss. Disease, war, rape, murder. All those attributes I was telling you about. Confusion, tyranny, betrayal, lies. That's what all going on in the Middle East. When they was all Middle Ages, while they was all by themselves up in Europe, fighting each other constantly, conflict, fighting and everything. So they had a shit mind. Remember, they was isolated by. So that was. They weren't affected by anybody else's. It was locked up by the Arabs, Abraham's Islamic Empire, but they wasn't in there influencing them. They wasn't in England and France and all that plus, right? They were in Spain, but they wasn't in there. So they wasn't under influencing them. There were no vectors coming in influencing them. That was totally them. That was their nature. That was their nature. Shit mind. That's well, left alone, that's what they was doing. You understand that, brother? Left alone, that's what they was doing. Not affected by anybody. But what was we doing during that time? See, we had gold mines. We built pyramids. We building stuff, right? We in Africa. Men and women working together, right? We never had a major wars and all that kind of stuff going on then. I mean, you said a movie with Shaka Zulu. The idea of war was is that if they had conflict between two tribes, they would get together and then they would dance. And who was the best dancer is the one that won the argument. No shed blood. I mean, they were shocked when Shaka Zulu came along. And that was something that's made up. And that's the way it was in Africa. You didn't have any major wars and that kind of stuff. You had building and peace, prosperity. How do you know that? Because the point, if they came more slaves, they weren't slaves that's intelligent. I mean, if you want to buy, if you want to get you an ox or a horse, you don't get one that's broken down and sick. You want to get one that's healthy and strong. And who's the strongest, healthiest people on the planet? That's why they want us slaves. They try to enslave their own people. It wouldn't work. These are absolutely facts. They call them indentured servants. They interred their own people and they couldn't get them to work. Remember, when they was in Europe, they called them plebs and serfs. And they were lazy. It was hard to get them to work. And then when they came over here, right, first they tried the natives. They couldn't get them to. What part of the problem was and then they said it was lazy, is that they was on home turf. So it was hard to hold on to them. They would escape. And they had plenty of friends and tribes and everything else they could run to. Right? And it was hard to identify because how you identify them from any other so-called native. So that didn't work. So they tried indentured servants. Look up indentured servants. That means they tried to brought people over from Europe and then have an indentured servant. So they didn't make them work. So they didn't call them slaves. Called indentured servants. See? That whole slave terminology and stuff, that's a whole nother story I talk about all the time. Because you're a slave right now, you just don't know it. But since that's what that was. Let me see what's going on here, but I was just going to have to... okay. That's what it was. So, like I said, they was enslavement. And so anyway, that's what but in Africa they was doing that. They was following their nature over there. Africa was following their nature. It was building at peace, so forth. I just mentioned that. So let's move on. So they had gold mines. MIND. They had shit mines. Left alone. Remember, they were separated. Wasn't interaction. There was interaction between Spain and that. But what they do? They civilized Spain. That's civilized. In fact, they call that the Golden Age. That's whole different. When we were the vectors, primary vectors, Spain was the best country in Europe. They were civilized. They was taking baths. That's why when in 1492, Columbus came out of Spain. They come out of France. They come out of Italy. Came out of Spain. Because Spain was more progressive. And then when they finally defeated the Moors in 1492, Spain was the most powerful country in Europe because they had education. They had all the technology and everything else. How they got that from the black people, the Moors. See the difference? When our vectors was influenced, it lifted them up. But when we was on their vectors, it forced us down because they shit vectors and we gold vectors. So we actually add value to Spain. While when we had us under control, right, they took value away from us, turned us into shit. When we was turning Spanish into, that's why do you think everybody speaks Spanish over here? Because Spanish came over here. They was the one to control first. Hispanics, they was the primary. Why? Because the Arabs influence on them for almost 700 years. Lift them up. Because they had gold mines and they took and transformed it and added value. You understand these things, brothers and sisters. Because the opposite happened to us. Once we got under their control, did they turn us better? No. In the shit. So let's look at this, right? That's what we was doing. While they was out there warring and killing each other, one taking baths, disease and everything else. What is disease here? Healthy people, healthy, strong, educated. Timbuktu, one of the major universities in the world, one of the best. Africa. See? This is what we was doing. Okay, let's go on. And then, boom, they got a hold of us. They got a hold of us. And now, everybody gets the same amount of energy. I told you that. So say you get $1,000, $30,000, put in terms of dollars, right? $1,000 worth of energy per day. Every individual gets that much, right? And say you got after they're all done, you got 300 disposable. I'm oversimplifying this, right? So the thing is, that's how much you can use to control something else. Remember, You got so much energy you need it for yourself. If we got any energy left, we had just enough energy to maintain ourselves. We have no energy for anything else. If we need a 1,000 units of energy to maintain ourselves, and we only got 1,000, we had no energy for family, no energy for civilization, energy for anything. But we just have enough to maintain ourselves. And if you only get down 800, then you don't have enough to even maintain yourself. We got down that bad because they got control of us. We have enough energy to maintain ourselves. So the thing is, you understand that context. So the thing is, say you got, after that, or everything else, then you got 300 left. Right? So what they did was, remember, they got shit minds. So they gave us shit minds. They gave us shit minds because they got shit minds. They're in control over us. The quality. So remember I saw things, oppression, when shit mind, oppression, rape, that's where they treat us. Like shit. The form of energy they gave us was shit. Because what they was doing to us was energy they was controlling us with. What kind of energy? Remember, they only could, they have to put it this way. It takes energy to control something. So they had 300 units per day of energy, right? Disposable income, so to speak, right? So, but it was shit. Took the form of shit, because that's the minds they had. Which was oppression, war, whatever, just did. Right? So that's the influence they had on us. They couldn't do any better. That's the mindset they had. So they had something under control, so the form of their control would be shit. Murder, rape, all the things I told you, the attributes of shit. Right? And they get us. And remember, the transition has to be equal. Okay. If they force you to do something, there's how much energy they put. They can only get that much energy back. They tell us capitalism profit. See, I'm supposed to hold into that. There's a greater hold in that you wasn't aware of. Right? Every action has an equal reaction. So the reaction has to be equal to the action. The reaction has to be equal to the action. So if you take and force somebody to work, but remember it takes forced energy to do it. So say you use 300 units, 500 units of energy to get them to work. Well, only thing you're gonna get back is 500 worth it back. You're really not getting a profit. The only difference is the quality that you're getting. You're still getting the same amount back. So that's why the more you gotta press more, but that means the more energy you gotta put into it. So you're not getting any profit from that. Your profit, no net profit. They say net, that means, just bottom line. But you're getting a quality profit, right? Because it was $1,000 worth of shit, but now it's $1,000. It's still net. It's still $1,000. It's still worth $1,000, but it's $1,000 worth of shit that you give it, and you get $1,000 worth of gold back. It's still both worth $1,000. Both with the same amount. It's just that the quality is different. So when they put us through the hard class, the energy it took to put us through that, all they got back was the same amount of energy that they put in. Only it was a quality difference. Because they can't control how much energy we get. They can't control that. We can't control how much they get. Everybody gets the same amount. But they can affect the quality. And since they had shit minds, then the quality that we got from them was shit. Beaten, rape, murder, and everything else. But we gave back to them love, forgiveness. You see what I'm saying? Technology. I should have said that too. Because remember, that's technology is part of that. I don't think I included that. I think I missed that one. Technology. See? So, we're the creative people. They're not. See? Remember, they wasn't creating anything up there in Europe. They didn't create anything. Remember, they had to go around the world and learn to do math, learn how to build explosives, all that stuff. They wasn't building it. They had to get from other people. But they had to impress other people to get it. With their shit mind, they gave They gave people shit and they want to go back. That's the bottom line. How you look at it. See? And what's the goal? Oh, I want you to go. Right? And I'm gonna beat your ass and kill you and rape you and everything to get it, because that's the only way to know. Make me shed blood. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? But they didn't get back any more than they put in. It's just that the quality was different. So we gave back the quality that we have, right? Submission, patience. Am I making it clear for you, brothers and sisters? Like I said, if you're a good person, your response to things will be good. If you're a bad person, your response to things will be bad. It's just the way it is. That's just the bottom line. So that's the only way they can do. That's what they do. Is all they can do. But they want them, but they don't. They got shit mind, but they don't want. They don't want to live a shit life. So they go and take. They can't produce gold because they wanted to step in Europe. How can they step in Europe? It has democracy and all this. How can they step in Europe and do that? How can they establish democracy and capitalism and all that great things that they America produce? Why didn't they step in Europe and do it? Why did they come over here to do it? Or if they had all that so great, how come they establish that in Europe? Why did they go take all people's land and press up people and enslave? Why, if that was such a good idea, why did they just do it up in Europe? You see what I'm saying? Because what? They came out with nothing. They came out with disease and murder and rape. That's what they came out with. That's all they know. Because that's the shit minds they got. They came out with shit, looking for gold. Okay, let's just take a little further about this. Okay. Get out of here. You see what happened? So we transformed them to. Remember, I told you, the Moors transformed the Spanish, elevate them. Look up Spain, the so-called Dark Age. They didn't go through the Dark Ages like the rest of Europe. Look it up. The Moors had control. Moors what? Were black people, Muslims, out of Morocco. They don't want to tell you that. They were Moors, so-called Moors, another word for black. It wasn't like mixed, no. There were black people that was Muslim that came out of Morocco, and they ruled Spain for about 700 years. And Spain, they called Spain that's the Golden Age, because the people in Spain was living a peaceful life. Peaceful life. In fact, the Jews, all the Europeans, flee to Spain because they thought they was protected there, because Spain was so progressive, educated, disease-free. The plague did hit Spain. The black plague stuff that hit Spain. See, why? Because the Moors lifted them up because they was golden, so they gave value to Spain. But when they got over here, this is the opposite. With Holocaust as opposed to the Golden Age, rape, murder. See what I'm saying? Because under their influence, when it was under our influence, it was lifted up. You understand? So then, what happens is that now. The goal is, they got all this technology, this creativity. All the creativity is coming out of here, all over the world. Every world just copying what they got from here. All the creativity coming here because of us, but they don't want to give it credit to us. They say, oh, the Europeans are so creative. Why just here? Why just here? Why not create? Why not the Germans? Oh, white folks over here, right? I mean, or Caucasians, whatever. And same in England. How come they're not creative? How come innovation not come out of there? How can it only come out of here? Because we're the goose that laid the golden age. Golden age. Because it's come from us. Whole story about Joseph. They was about to die. The whole economy, everything was failing, economic, and he saved them because they didn't know what to do. It also the same story about Joseph. I forgot the other one I was going to mention. Right? Same story. Saved them. And then they enslaved his children as a result of it. You understand? They didn't know what to do. They would have died. Had not Joseph, remember Joseph is supposed to be, the people enslaved in America supposed to be Joseph's children, his seed. That means the creator. Oh, that's the other thing I was talking about. It tells you, right, give you a hint. It tells that Pharaoh told us we couldn't, according to Scripture, you have to make brick, you need straw. So when you can't make you straw anymore, you have to make brick without straw. But you have to be creative. They give all these little hints. So that's what happened. They turned us. See what they did to us? They turned us into shit. Just like we turned expansion into gold, because that's the influence held them. But when they got actual, they turned us into shit like them, and we turned them into gold. So they got all this technology, they got all this military, all this stuff. That's coming from us. They didn't have it before. That's why everything's coming out of music, all that stuff's coming out of here. We're the gold is producing, but they can't tell us. Because if we figure it out, then we might make some demands they don't like. That's why I want you to leave. Because if you leave, what will happen? See, then if everybody found that they're not creative at all. They're coming from us. But see what they did to us? And we're still producing gold for them today. Because remember, you got to keep fueling this. If you take your foot off that balloon, it's going to rise up. So if we still build that means they still got force in place that you may not see. You can't see the wind, but you can see the effect of the wind. That means these Democrats, Republicans, maybe you can look at our condition. Farrakhan trying to blame it on us. He's trying to say, oh, the leaves are shaking. I don't know why they're shaking. No, because the goddamn wind is blowing them. But Farrakhan said, no, man, something wrong with them damn leaves, man. So you'll be shaking and stuff. And that's why you're going to fall off that damn tree, because you're shaking. Why? You need to stop. You need to repent. You need to stop shaking up there. That's what he's saying to you. And we're not shaking because of the goddamn wind. But you're shaking. So we just are sinful. Yet all these devils around us, but they don't have no influence on us. Because he's one of them. Follows the devil. So you look at us, then you know who the people are that's affecting us. We're under that control. So you look at that and see, that tells you exactly who they are. They're wicked, they're devils, they're hoes, they're pimps, liars and murderers. That's the effect how much turns into shit. Because they're shit. And we turn them to gold. So they walk around, oh, see, gold, man, we gold, and look at all the technology we have and everything else. You see, they control our energy. They control the quality of our energy. So we get them, they give us the shit, and we give them the gold. They change the quality of our energy. Because they give us, right? Yeah. Remember, you give 300, you got 300 back. That's where consequence work. You give, same thing, male-female relationship. You give her your male attributes, if you're the best, and she give her female attributes the best. Well, it's equal transfer. Equal transfer. She gives 500, you get 500 back. That's to keep the balance. Otherwise, it's misbalanced. Then you got negative energy, all that kind of stuff going on. The bottom line still comes out net, come out to equal. So if they're giving us 300, right? Because right now, look, we're under their control. They tell us how much what we can buy, what we can sell, where we can live, and everything else. They control the quality of it. They can't control the energy that we get, the amount of energy we create. They can't control the amount of energy we get the same much they get. They only control the quality of it. So they give us a shit. But they're mad that we give them the gold. Because they can't get it. We can only produce it. And they can't. Understand that, brothers and sisters. Okay? So when you look at this, that's who they are. When you look at them, that's who we are. All this technology, all this cell phone, all this stuff, everything, that's who we are. See? Because they're coming out of ours. See? That's who we are. See? And this is who they are. Every action has opposite reaction. So look at the opposite. And see, when you see it react, look at the opposites. That's who's affecting who. You got everything thinking backwards. See? You guys thinking backwards. So this is who they are, what they claim we are, and who they claim they are, that's who we are. We're the masters. You trying to play their God, or you put them on top of everything because of us. What's going on, sister? You see here? No, this is another thing right here, right? This is that Cosby shit. See, he's no demon. He's like one of them. See, you give your children, because they're influenced, right? Here you are. You give your children gold. Love, all attributes gold, right? What are they giving you back? Look at them. Get your shit back. Anger, mad, talk back and everything else. Because this fool right here, he's part of that. We give our children all this and we get this back from them. That didn't happen before this fool came along. Everybody traces back, even this woman, she was talking, she traced all this back to the 70s. Because they turn on our children. It's all back to the false and all that kind of stuff. They need to turn the volume. Okay? So just keep us divided, but go back to the cradle. Make sure it stops right back there in the cradle. Because our kids so divisive now, you can't talk to them about anything. They know more than anything you. And it wasn't before. When I was a child, you ain't do that, you wouldn't live very long. When the civil rights came, they started losing control over you. They said, let's get to the children. When the civil rights movement came in, when they started losing control over you, so-called civil rights, they had two sides. That you had ones, the demons want to get close to the master, and Elijah wanted to get head away. That was the black folks get more energized. Got more energized. You had two paths. One going to take the energy in the devil's direction, because that's the mind they have. And one going to apply in the original direction, because that's the mind they have. So one say, hey, man, I want to get the hell out of here. And I would say, I want to get close to the master, my daddy. And so they said, well, remember, they don't want to lose control of us. So, hey, go after these children. That's what he did. So you can't tell the children, hey, look at him. Oh, he give them love and everything else, and look what you get back. This is the devil's doing. That's going to change in a minute. That's why I'm going after the root. You see here? And Farrakhan's part of it. We ain't going nowhere. So what would the solution be? The obvious solution would be to stop that transition, stop that process. Get away from it. Because they changing our goal to shit. So get away from it so we keep our goal. We don't want that shit. The obvious separation is to get the hell away. Pharaoh said we ain't going nowhere. The devil's the one. That's what Pharaoh said. Pharaoh said no, you can't let him go. And that's what Pharaoh said. Remember, he's one of them. Because the obvious solution, like Elijah Muhammad said, is get the hell out of here. So now they stop transforming your gold into shit that you even eating it. We was going out there and raising cattle and all this stuff for them. And they was eating steaks and whatever they was eating, right? Steaks and chops and whatever, right? Bacon, and what was we? We was eating shit. Shitlins. And then we so damn stupid. After we got a chance to buy our own stuff, we still buying it because they took the S off and put a C there. That don't change the fact it's still shitlins. Or called chitlins now. Just take the C off and put an S there, and they still sell at Walmart. So it's not still that's dumb stupid. They was feeding us shit by that. Well, we was preparing. How was they getting that? How was they getting that? Steaks and stuff. We was preparing the stuff for them, but we couldn't eat it. We was doing that stuff and cooking it for it too. Not only raising it and feeding it, and taking care of it, and slaughtering all that stuff for them, and we couldn't eat any of it, and even cooking it for them. And they gave us this shit. We gave them the gold, and they gave us the shit. That's the transition, a symbiotic relationship. And the only solution anybody can tell you, the only clear solution is to get the hell out of that relationship. Get away from it. The father said, no, you don't understand, because he's part of it. He's got rich off of giving you shit for 42 years. He ain't gave you a goddamn thing but shit. And he's rich. He ain't produced anything in the Nation of Islam. Islam is basically probably bankrupt. It's not worth anything. But him and his highest son is a millionaire too. That dumbass. See what I'm saying? And you don't see it? Oh, we love her. What was that saying? Where I left dog and give you nothing? Right? Well, I'd be better off getting nothing than getting shit, but right? You understand, brothers and sisters? You understand out there? If you're behind, I would say you're going. He getting rich off of you. He got rich off of you. He says he's robbing the nation. He says in Malachi, this stuff is so simple. Who is robbing the nation? He's got rich off the nation. He had to produce a goddamn thing in 40-some years. And plus, he's cursed with a curse. Cancer. Okay, so watch this. Now, see, they look like billionaire, man. I got yachts, everything else. What you got? See, here you are, over here selling drugs and crazy. You look at women, look how they turn the women out. That wasn't, see? And wham. And then Suleiman comes. See, that's why I say seek the messenger of the covenant, because he's the only one. Elijah came, all he could do is prepare you to get out of here. They get you prepared to get out of here, like you prepared going to you got to clean up, you got to pack and everything else. But you still got to survive where you are. That's what Elijah's job, wasn't to get you out, to prepare you to get out of here. But he went seeking, and so Suleiman, he had the power to lift you up. That's why he says seeking, he has the power to get you out of here, and he's going to do it. That's if you want to get out. Only ones that want to get out. See? So once that happens, now you're over here, you got your goal, nobody mess, you ain't transfer, your goal is your goal. So now you live a goal life, everything is built, you're building all these beautiful things, everything like you was doing before, pyramid, all these beautiful things, right? And look at them. They back there, stuck in their shit no more, they ain't getting any more out of gold. All they got is shit, they back to caveman again. This is not just a joke, brothers, this is exactly what the deal is. See, they back there, with the little banjo, hey, I went downtown in Mommy's town and I'm going to grab me some pork chops and give me a little dog. That was their music level. The whole world's rocking to this, the music coming out of black people, and they take it and assimilating it, copying it. They ain't creating it. They ain't creating a new music life form. No one's creating a new music form. The blues, that was us. 50 years later, jazz, that's us. 50 years later, Motown and rock, that's us. Nobody invented anything. Everything took, their rock, all that kind of stuff is just as, like they say, Elvis Presley, I forgot, Chuck Berry was, whatever, he's copying over him. They copying all, like, what's it, Eminem and all them? They invented any of that stuff, they invented any of this music, none of it. They copy it. And now new life, now 50 years later, it's time for a new music form. Because film has to, the music reflect our emotional condition. But that's another story I talked about before. See what happens? Now we home. Now we home, sisters, brothers home with their goal. And left them with their shit, because they can't do anything. That's all they can do. Because that's all they got shit in mind. They can't build anything, they can't do anything with it. Once we separate, we home now. And they back to, that's the best they can do. That's what he did in the Dark Age, that's what he did when there was a cage for 2,000 years, or whatever it was. See what I'm saying? I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. Right? Because I got another issue. But you see what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Not a little issue, but some people know what I'm talking about. Anyway, see what I'm talking about? This is simple mathematics. Now show me anything I said that's wrong. Show me the mathematics that shows that's wrong. That's simple mathematics. And exactly how things occurred. And that's exactly how they end up. They ended back in the caves, like Elijah Muhammad said. Those that survived that far, which is hell. And they got the same much energy we have, but they can't do any more to it because their mind wouldn't allow them to, right? That's the best they can do is kick rocks and eat each other and whatever they're doing. And now all our gold belongs to us. They can't control it anymore. So we build a great civilization, beautiful. Our women, they watch the page now. You think they're going to be there? Brothers, man, they're going to be, this is going to love these brothers, but they're going to can't get enough of these brothers. Man, talking about the whole man, they're going to be like, and they'll be so protect these sisters, this is going to be, they ain't been a war. Brother be, right? Watching every footstep they make sure and nothing get on it. That's how we protect, we're going to be these sisters. Honey, can I? You need help, sister? Honey? Hold your hand. So this don't get tired after a while. Why don't you get out the way, man? I can't do nothing. They will get tired after a while. We're going to be so protective of them, like we're supposed to. That's what we always was. We're always going to continue to be. Like, you know how his brothers protect their moms? They can be worse than that. She's going to get mad. Get mad as a wild man. Get the hell out of here. I can't do anything, man. I can't eat food. I go to eat food, you grab the fork and try to feed me. It's beautiful, brothers and sisters. I tell you, the relationship between the original black man and is heaven. It's the best relationship in the world. It's the best interaction in the world ever. We've always loved each other. This is an anomaly. This Holocaust thing. But in a way, it teaches us to appreciate our natural affinity for each other. Because before we kind of like took for granted. I mean, that was just the way it was, right? But now, after all this, then we look at it again, man, we're going to, and at least the first few generations, but then about 20 generations, that kid's going to be back, forgot about all this and everything else, and not going to be, but when you first get there, you're going to really appreciate this because you said, damn, after what you just had, I've been eating shit all my life, now you get some caviar, you're going to be appreciative of it. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Okay, I got to go. I had much more, but hope you understand. Now show me what's wrong. I get $1,000, show me the error in the mathematics here. They can't. That's why they have nothing to say. The judgment comes, the judgment will be harsh, extremely harsh. Assalamu alaikum. That's fair, Connor. Same thing, giving us shit, giving them gold. Okay, I go ahead and look here. Okay, let me close, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. I'm Malik Hodge, and this is We Reflect the Light. This is where we look at current events that are taking place in the world today through the lens of the unsealed scriptures of the Bible. That gives us detailed information on what is taking place in the world today and what is going to take place in the near future from the unsealed scriptures of the Bible. Sisters and brothers, we are at war. This presentation is titled We Reflect, a doorway out. Sisters and brothers,
Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, Breaker 7 Seals. Short presentation today, brothers and sisters. A review of yesterday's presentation. the false vision, decision, an American empire. Empire. Loss of empire. What's the signs? Signs are clear, brothers and sisters. But if you're blind, right, it doesn't matter how bright the light is, you can't see. And that's the state our people in right now. But something's going to happen in a minute. You were forced to see. Now what you do, that's sight, that's no question altogether. But you will see. The people sitting in darkness will see a great light. You'll see it. And what you do with it, that's no story altogether. That's your decision. Because we're not here to convince you. I'm not here to convince you. If others want to try to take time to convince you, fine, that's their business. I don't tell people what to do. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just getting information. That's the promise to you. I promise to you was information, right? And information on how to get out of here, to return home. About the covenant, the promise made to you, and information you need to take advantage of that promise. Right? Somebody remind you of the Abrahamic covenant that was made. That was part of the covenant that you'll be made to. Because we know you'll be in darkness. That's why I said people sit in dark, see the great light. You'll be sitting in darkness. But that's the light. The light is the covenant. Abrahamic covenant. Your identity. Right? Your mind. If you accept it. But you have to wait. You have to seek it and go for it. If you read on Mark, right? You had to go to Christ to get it. You came to him. You came and bowed down. Right? But he had to be present for you to do that. And you came to him and says, you bowed down. Can I have my mind back? You had to want it. He didn't come to you and grab you and say, here, you're mine. You had to want it. It means you had to go to him and get it. So nobody's going to force you or make you anything. Okay? And then once you got it, right? Those of you that get it, it's still your choice, because you have to spread that to your people. Because in Mark, the Christ leaves and said, no, you got to stay here. You got to spread that mission to the rest of your people. See? I got the light to you, and you have to go spread it to them. It's up to them during tribulation, where they want to come out of tribulation as right, some everlasting life, or everlasting shame and atonement. It was a choice. You see, it's two types that come out of there. Right? You chose the light. And those that didn't get through. Some get through to darkness. They chose darkness, so they stay in darkness forever. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. They still delivered. They chose darkness, they stay in darkness. It's a big choice, brothers and sisters. In other words, everlasting life. Two groups come out of there. Out of tribulation. It's choice, brothers and sisters. I'm not here to force you, convince you. Just here to give you the light. It says, people sit in dark, see the great light. They see somebody come in begging them, convincing them, and fighting with them. No, they see the great light. Now what do they do with that light? They choose the light or choose the darkness. Choose the darkness, then everlasting shame and atonement. Some will choose the darkness. So come on, brothers and sisters. And the false vision, decision, an American empire, and Amalek. It's more on brothers and sisters. Okay. Amalek. Now, this question about Amalek, he keeps talking about, in false Israel, Amalek. They said, see, if you look up Amalek, They told, well, let's go ahead and read it, brothers and sisters. So keep this short. This one, what I did yesterday, right? As a follow-up. This is what it said about Amalek. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt. Remember, you come out of Egypt. How you come out of bondage. How he met thee by the way and smote the highmost. No, they attacked you. They attacked the weakest of you. Right? Even all that were feeble and behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. He just came after you. When you was on, by the way, when you were come forth out of Egypt. See, but we got now. There's two stages here. Come forth out of Egypt, right? First, you got to come out mentally, and then physically. So it starts while you're still in Egypt. So when you recognize, when you get the vision, that's what we're talking about. When you get the vision to leave, because right now you don't have the vision to leave. Farrakhan tell you ain't going anywhere. And anybody with Farrakhan, they demons or outright fools. Because right there, he's calling God a liar. The Abrahamic covenant said, you will, right, here, sojourn, look up sojourn, means temporarily, in land not yours. Now they got all kinds of stupid fools out trying to make this the promised land here. See? They can twist it, turn all they want to. The Abrahamic covenant is one of the clearest, it's the clearest verse in the Bible, the clearest. There's no, you don't have to use a computer, AI, anything. It's the clearest. It's clearest. Even to the fact they refer to as Abram. So why do they call him Abram? Anybody tell you that? Only place in the Bible called A-Y. Was Abraham. What happened to the Ham part? Well, who's Ham? That's supposed to be us. Remember, if you read the story, Ham, Southern Africa. So Africa's our Ham. You see? So why do they leave the Ham part off? Because that's the part they'll be lost. And the land not theirs. And they be calling them Ham. That's what they call us Ham. Being enslaved. Ham was supposed to be enslaved. We've been enslaved for 40 years. See? That's simple. But, oh no. And so that's why they don't call Abraham, because his seed would be separated from him. That's what he said. Be separated to the land not theirs. It's right there. It's just a simple little puzzle right there. Abram, and Ham. That's whole. But Ham is the seed of Abraham, ain't it? Ain't it see that word? And it's separated. And then later, in the covenant, he's referring back to Abraham. That means they come back together again. But during the vision, they were separated. Right there, look all the wisdom right there. See, that's why I tell you, you just can't say anything. Because then and no one noticed that before I told you. You don't heard that anywhere. And then you look at it and say, well, that's right. That proves that we just see Abraham. The one that called people that call him. They're going to say, oh, well, those people call by my name and repent and seek I will heal that land. And Farrakhan says us. Well, we're not the ones called by God's name. False Israel is. Talking about them. We don't have a land. Where's our land at? We'll heal that land. We have to have a land to be healed. You see, that's right there. That's bullshit he's talking. That's talking about them. They're the ones called by name. They're the ones that's filthy and sick and need to repent. Not us. When they repent, all we got to do is decide to want to go home. Accept the light. Accept the heritage. It's yours, a free gift, like it says in the Revelations. It's all yours. You earned it already. You earned it. And you're not guilty of anything. Because you told submit, you did. Submit to people who said, make mission, shed blood. That means you be doing stuff, you be obeying somebody who make mission, shed blood. That means you be acting inordinate on yourself. Because if you submit, that means you do what they want you to do. And then the whole nature is evil, wicked. So have you acted wicked? and evil. So how are you going to tell you submit to that and then blame you for doing it? It says, though your sins be black as coal, they be white as snow. I'm not paraphrasing, right? But that's what it says. You're not guilty of anything. If you understand, Israel says, bless those keep their God. You're not guilty of anything. It says, accused of our, who is accusing us of being sinful? That's Farrakhan. The accused of our people are cast down. So who's accused? I'm not accusing you. Elijah didn't accuse you. And that's Muhammad didn't accuse you. You're righteous people. It's Farrakhan that's accusing you. You're sinful. You're wicked. The son of a devil. And those with him, if you want to argue with them, fine. They come and tell you, oh, his father's a devil, period. Just Google it. Well, I ain't going to Google it. Well, then tell. That's your problem. See, he got him. So if he, hold on to him. Right? You choose him, fine. The one, the robber of the nation. What does he produce? Unfortunately, nothing. But he's rich. He's cursed, ain't it? And he don't have cancer. Cut all insides out. When you call that a curse, what man would not call that a curse? You cut off from your heaven. You cut from females the rest forever. You're not gonna get no transplant when you get home. We don't do that. So if you got eyes, come. You got ears, come. That's why I tell you that. Tell you ain't get no transplant. If your eyes come, we'll make you see. If your ears come, make you hear. You don't come and say, come here and we'll give you some ears. We ain't no transplant. That's the devil stuff. Right? So if you got what it takes, if you still got your manhood, then we'll get you hooked up with a sister. But you ain't got it. And ain't no transgender stuff going on over there. So you can forget that, you can step here. So maybe that's what's going on with you and Father Flager. I see you kissing the guy, his tongue over his mouth. So I mean, is that your boyfriend, Farrakhan? I think that's your boyfriend. In fact, I think you probably got a little orgy going over there. Him and you, him and the rest of them clowns, Ishmael and, right? I think Father Flager, he's having fun, boy. He's the man. Right? He's the man. Right? And I know, let me leave y'all. Y'all got some heavy days coming, boy. And they're not very far away. I know you can't see them, right? But you'll see them when they get here. And then you have a whole different message then. Oh, boy, you have a whole message then. And we ain't talking about next year either. As soon as the war starts, do the countdown. Don't think that you're going to say, hey, man, I'll just get rid of myself. No, they said they would seek death and not be able to find it. We got news for you, buddy. Right? But anyway, see, it says, Amalek here, it says they would attack you. So it says, therefore, right, it shall be when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from thy enemies. In other words, you got to be back home and everything. You ain't going to do it while you're here. I try to explain it to you. See, it says, do what anybody has done to you. But see, we don't have, I tell you, it explains that, but I'm not going to go to that right now, brothers and sisters. It says, right, when you're home and everything, thou shalt blot out the remembrance of them, and thou shalt, it said, don't, in other words, do what them has done to you, blot them out, terrible, destroy them. Now, that's not false Israel, because they had no history of them ever being in Egypt. There's no history of it. And they said themselves, the scripture says clearly, all you have to do is follow what scripture says. We follow everything the scripture says. Show me a scripture that nullifies what I'm saying here. Show me a scripture that nullifies it. They told Jesus, we ain't never been in bondage to anybody. And Jesus told me, you ain't to see Abraham. But you don't, but Jesus lied too, right? Master Muhammad's alive, God's alive, Jesus alive, everybody's alive according to you. Everybody's alive according to you. We ain't going nowhere, you calling God a liar. That's Farrakhan. It says right there, that was a covenant that God made. But you see, that's where he twisted. He takes the first part where you afflict everything, except that part. But then the part where you get the reward, that's what you see, because it's kind of hard for him to say, because if you're so sinful and everything, why you get a reward for being sinful? Because he said, see, that's his take. We got in this condition because we're so sinful. Then what that Abraham covenant said, just see, he didn't say he was going to judge us. He said he was going to judge us. He said he was going to judge the nation that did that to us. So when these devils running around, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do with it. He said he's going to judge the nation. He said he's going to judge Jefferson and Washington and Frank and Hamilton and all them clowns. Benjamin. He said he's going to judge the nation that did this. They're all part of the nation. It's democracy, ain't it? So ain't everybody responsible for whatever country do? Yeah? I know someone asked, why is America the only country that's a corporation? That's powerful, if you understand that one. That means they're responsible for everything America does. And if America's a corporation, that means by their law, right, a corporation, right, it's like a being. So this corporation is guilty of slavery, genocide, death, and there's no statute of limitation by their law. No statute of limitation means if they catch you 10,000, if they catch Hitler 10,000 years from now, he still got to get him because no statute of limitation. Every time if they somebody clone him and bring him alive 10 million years from now, they catch him, he can still be prosecuted for what they claim he did. That's what no statute of limitations mean. It's all clear, brothers and sisters. So if you don't see, that's your problem. You don't want to go through this. You don't want to didn't get on the oxen. You just man drown. But you know when the flood came, and everybody that they were saying, I wish I had listened to Noah when they got it right then. But I was the last breath. You don't understand. We ain't here to coddle you. Give you information. Next time your reward, you don't want it. You want. It tells you. You want to sell your reward, like Esau does. Remember, Esau was the rightful heir. Right? Rightful heir. Right? To the kingdom, the rightful. He was the eldest. Jacob was his twin brother. But Esau didn't care much about that covenant of being the eldest, because that was a covenant. The eldest, right? If you was the eldest, that's what you got. But he didn't care much about it. He sold us out for a bowl of soup. And so then it ended up going to Jacob. Then Esau got mad, but it was too late. And God said, he said, well, you don't care about them covenant. I don't care about you. That's what he told him. I love Jacob. I hate Esau. You don't give a damn about the covenant. That's a sign to you. Right? You want reparation on America? When you got a kingdom that's going to last forever, you got a covenant, you got a promised land that's perfect and pure. It tells you, when you return home, right, you return to houses you haven't built. That stuff they're building on you right now is they're building it for you. That's our land, Arabia. It tells you how stuff will already be built for you when you return. It's all beautiful, but it's up to you. I'm not going to sleep over it, but it says you don't forget it. See, now the Amalek situation, understand it. They saying that, because remember, it's a revenge thing. It's a revenge. So when did the Palestinians ever do that to the so-called Israelis? When did the Palestinians do that to them? Because they claim that's when they exercised Amalek on them. Read this. Okay? Palestinians never did that to them. So that's not the revenge. Okay? And over here, right? When did we ever do that to these devils? Because Amalek has two sides to it. There and here. Happens. That's why I say what they see it happen over there. They know it's coming here. They're going to know us clearly, because this gospel preaching all the world. That means all resistance is gone. He's broken the resistance. Resonance. Finally broke those walls down. Preaching all the world, because right now they're doing everything to suppress it. And so they're going to know this clearly, because this is clear stuff. You have to figure it out. I'm saying everything is totally clear. Right? So he says, their hearts fell for fear, those things come upon earth, right? Because they see it. Saying that happened before, this was going to happen here. Even worse. Get people heart attacks and stuff. Because they don't understand it clearly, because this gospel being preached all over the place. Clearly. They're going to see it clearly. But for them, it's going to be strokes, heart attacks. Right? Burns, third-degree burns are carrying on. Fire. Right? So, this is a revenge thing, but it's tell you what it says in chapter 13. Do unto them, no, chapter 18. Do unto them as it done to you. That's vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So, when he says mine, but then he tells you to do it, then you must be the Lord. Very clear stuff. Man, even to move from side from that, it's telling you to take vengeance on them. That's what Amalek's all about. And that's the same what happened over there. That's why I keep saying America and false Israel are writing their own obituary. Because what they're doing right now is especially false Israel, what they're doing right now is they setting up this right here, the vengeance. Because what they're doing right now, it's only going to last a couple more days. That's what's going to happen to them. Table's going to do. Worm's going to turn, like they say. Table's going to turn. And the place is going to be under siege. And politicians coming after them. There's going to be no food let in, no water set in. It's going to be told. And it says their sons beating their fathers and fathers beating their sons. And it says the whole world's going to see it. Because they had those drones flying over with cameras. The whole world's going to see them eating each other in panic, fighting and killing each other. They doesn't have to do it, eating each other. They can't get out and do anything. Eating their babies and carrying on. No water coming in. Eating themselves, eating manure and drinking urine. That's what you're going to see over in a minute. And that's what people see. They'll see that's coming here. It's on the way here. At the speed of light. So it's going to be, that's what's going to be here. It says over here, it's going to be like a woman. That's what a dating woman. You know, some of these devils, they say, oh, so dating, you know. Oh, man, they so like, you know, man, I mean, they can't put lipstick on. They got to have a maid, some put so, they so dainty, man, I can't, oh, right? They say, if she's pregnant, she's going to deny her husband and her children. In other words, she's going to hide the fact she's pregnant or that she's about to deliver from them. She's going to go to a secret place. That's what the scripture says. Secret place and get that baby birth in silence. Now, I don't know. I'm not a female, so that must be hard because every time I've seen her, I got several children. and there were no salads.